Good morning. Hey, Scotty. Hey, Carrie. Good to see y'all on Saturday morning. All members, if all members will come to the floor, all members, we're about ready to get going here. The hour of convening having arrived, all members will please come to the floor and take your seats. Mr. Clerk, will you ring the bell? Well, good morning. I think it's Saturday morning. We need to get to work here, sir. We're going to have the morning roll call. All members present will please vote green to signify your presence in the chamber, and Mr. Clerk will unlock the machines. Have all members voted? All members voted. All members voted. If so, good morning. If so, the clerk will lock the machines. Doorkeepers, it's time to close the doors and keep them closed. Well, again, good morning. Thank you all for being here and doing your jobs. We appreciate you, and I'm sure your constituents do as well. As is our custom, we will begin our day with scripture reading and prayer by our chaplain, after which we will pledge allegiance to the flag of our country. Our chaplain this morning will be introduced by myself. That should be pretty straightforward. Representative Burns from the House District 159, pretty close to your numbers, right? So certainly, as we say often when we introduce someone, this person needs no introduction. Representative Mac Jackson, who served in so many different capacities in this House as friend, mentor, spiritual advisor, husband to Valerie, father to two great boys who are here in the Atlanta area doing great. And who's will not return as a member of this House next year. His service has been exemplary in all of those areas I just mentioned, and certainly even more so as a friend to so many, again, in this body. And he will always have a special place in my heart because of his friendship with Speaker David Ralston. Thank you, Mac. With that, I told him I wouldn't talk about him too long. He hails from down in Washington County. He served the folks in that area from Washington County, part of McDuffie, part Hancock County, Warren County, getting better by the minute. And which other one? Glasscock. And Glasscock. All the Hancocks and Warrens and all of those good places right in central part of our state, a beautiful part of our state. But Mac has been there every step of the way when his constituents suffered under the ill effects, hit very hard with Hurricane Helene most recently. Mac was there for them every step of the way, providing for them and making sure their needs were met in every sense, and even their spiritual needs when there was loss of life there. So thank you for that as well, Mac. So it is my great pleasure, and I'm honored to bring our chaplain today as one of our members, the Honorable Mac Jackson, who also the Reverend Mac Jackson, and I think that's been pretty evident to all of us as he's spoken to us over the years and made us feel better about ourselves, about our work, and about our obligations to our fellow man. Representative Jackson, come speak to us.
Good morning. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the introduction, and I can promise you that this introduction was longer than I'll be up here before you today, since it's Saturday morning. And I don't know about you, but I had to drag myself to come up here. It's a 2-hour drive, and I left home about 6 o'clock this morning to get up here. And I've got some more events today, during the day, Juneteenth, and a wedding I've got to perform this afternoon. So I guarantee you I will not be here long. But just want to speak to you a few minutes. My family is from Philadelphia, and I had to go up there last week. One of my relatives passed away, and they called me and asked me if I would come and do the eulogy for my relatives in Philadelphia. And I so enjoy going there because we've got a big family. Our family fills the church up when we go to an event in Philadelphia. But on last week, I had to go up there and do a eulogy for one of my cousins who was my mother's favorite niece. And I talked about Song 133 to them because it's just a joy when we come together. They mastered the art of bringing family together up there for, I don't know how they did it. I think it was through my granddaddy and the things that he taught us when we were younger. But in Song 133 it says, "Behold, how good and how pleasant it is for brethren to dwell together in unity. It is like the precious ointment upon the head that ran down upon the beard, even Aaron's beard, that went down to the skirts of his garments. as the dew of Hermon, and as the dew that descended upon the mountains of Zion. For there the Lord commanded the blessing, even life forevermore. And I've learned through the years that unity equals the place of power. There's a saying that says, united we stand, divided we fall. In Matthew chapter 12, verse 25, Jesus said, every kingdom divided against itself is brought to desolation, and every city or house divided against itself shall not stand. I was looking through history, and on June 16, 1858, Abraham Lincoln was running for office, and he said those same words. He said, a house divided against itself cannot stand. He said, I believe this government cannot endure permanently half slave and half free. I do not expect the union to be dissolved. I do not expect the house to fall, but I do expect it will cease to be divided. It will become all one thing or all the other. He didn't make this up, but he was a prophetic voice guided by Scripture. His friends and political advisors begged him not to use that phrase in his speech. They said it sounded too radical and might cost him the election. He did lose the election. He lost that Senate race in 1858. But that speech helped to pave the way for his successful run for presidency in 1860, because unity is the place of power. And Jesus also said, if two of you shall agree on earth as touching anything that they shall ask, it shall be done of my Father which is in heaven. So I come to tell you today that as this nation, this state, our communities come together, we can see the song played out that says, when all God's children get together, what a time, what a time, what a time. Shall we pray? Father, in the name of Jesus, as we come before you, we thank you for this day. For this is the day that you have made, and we will rejoice and be glad in it. We thank you for the opportunity to come together to do the business of this great state of Georgia. We ask your blessing upon this house, Lord, upon the Senate, upon the governor, upon the judiciary. Bless them, Lord. Lead and guide us by your Spirit, Lord. Show us what you would have us to do. For the earth is the Lord's, and the fullness thereof, and they that dwell therein. We thank you for another day, Lord, and we thank you for your wisdom, your guidance, and your leading as we do the business of the great state of Georgia. For it's in Jesus' name that we pray. Amen. Would you join me in the pledge?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Doorkeepers, you may unlock the doors, and certainly we can join brother, colleague Mac Jackson for a photo. Mac, you were built for such a time as these, no doubt, and you provide great service to your community and a great influence on this body. So thank you for your friendship and thank you for your service.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Members, we're going to help ourselves to our medical team in the house this morning. Dr. Newton and Dr. Al, you guys are on call if we need y'all today. Just letting you know. So stay close. So those are our two doctors of the day in the house today. Chairman Hilton, the chair of the Committee on Information and Audits, is recognized. Chairman Hilton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Your Committee on Information and Audits has read the journal of the previous legislative day and found it to be correct. And Mr. Speaker, if I may,
You may.
I'd like to wish you and every gentleman in this chamber a happy early Father's Day. And go Team USA.
They're doing great. Even I can understand that. Congratulations to the team, and yes, happy Father's Day. Chairman Hilton, the chair of the Committee on Information and Audits, reports that the journal of the previous legislative day has been read and found to be correct. Is there any objection to dispense with the reading of the journal? Hearing none, the reading of the journal is dispensed with. Is there any objection to the confirmation of the journal? Hearing none, the journal is confirmed. Mr. Clerk will read the resolution establishing the order of business for the day. Mr. Clerk.
Representative Administration on the 104th moves following be established as the order of business during the first part of the period. Unanimous consents. Introduction of bills and resolutions. First reading and reference of House bills and resolutions. Second reading of bills and resolutions. Reports of standing committees. Third reading and passage of uncontested local bills and resolutions. First reading and reference of Senate bills and resolutions. Morning orders.
Is there any objection to the adoption of the resolution establishing the order of business for the day? Hearing none, the resolution is adopted. First reading of bills and resolutions. Mr. Clerk will read.
House Bill 75EX by Representative Burchett of the 176th bill be titled Act to provide a homestead exemption from Lanier County ad valorem taxes.
Intergovernmental coordination.
House Bill 76EX by Representative Stinson of the 150th bill be titled Act to provide a homestead exemption from Taylor County ad valorem taxes.
Intergovernmental coordination.
House Bill 77EX by Representative Stinson of the 105th, a bill be titled Act to provide a homestead exemption from the City of Butler ad valorem taxes.
Intergovernmental coordination.
House Bill 78EX by Representative Ford of the 170th and Osteen of the 169th, bill be titled Act to provide a homestead exemption from City of Tifton ad valorem taxes.
Intragovernmental coordination.
House Bill 79EX by Representative Ford of the 170th and Osteen of the 169th, the bill be titled Act to provide a homestead exemption from Tift County ad valorem taxes.
Intergovernmental coordination.
House Bill 80EX by Representative Bonner of the 73rd, Mathiak of the 82nd, Bazemore of the 69th, and Jackson of the 68th, the bill be titled Act to provide a homestead exemption from Fayette County ad valorem taxes.
Intergovernmental coordination.
House Bill 81EX by Representative Hagan of the 156th. The bill be titled Act to provide a homestead exemption from City of Santa Claus ad valorem taxes.
Did you say Santa Claus, Mr. Clerk?
Santa Claus.
Santa Claus. All right. Intergovernmental coordination.
House Bill 82EX by Representative Hagan of the 156th and Mathis of the 133rd. Bill be titled Act to provide a homestead exemption from Telfair County ad valorem taxes.
Intergovernmental coordination.
House Bill 83EX by Representative Cox of the 28th and Barrett of the 24th. The bill be titled Act to provide a homestead exemption from Forsyth County ad valorem taxes.
Intergovernmental coordination.
That completes first readers.
Second reading of bills and resolutions. The clerk will read.
House Bill 68EX by Representative Hagan of the 156th, a bill to provide a homestead exemption from City of Lyons ad valorem taxes. House Bill 69EX by Representative Hilton of the 48th and Illustration of the 104th, a bill to provide a homestead exemption from Gwinnett County ad valorem taxes. House Bill 70EX by Representative Hagan of the 156th, a bill to provide a homestead exemption from Toombs County ad valorem taxes. House Bill 71EX by Representative Meeks of the 178th, a bill to provide a homestead exemption from Blackshear ad valorem taxes. House Bill 72EX by Representative Meeks of the 178th, the bill to provide a homestead exemption from City of Patterson ad valorem taxes. House Bill 73EX by Representative Hatchett of the 155th, the bill to provide a homestead exemption from City of East Dublin ad valorem taxes. House Bill 74EX by Representative Hatchett of the 155th, a bill to provide a homestead exemption from City of Dexter ad valorem taxes. House Resolution 11EX by Representative Sanchez of the 42nd, McQueen of the 61st, Evans of the 57th, Hughley of the 141st, Fry of the 122nd, and others. Resolution proposing amendment to the Constitution so as to provide for the creation and establishment of an independent redistricting commission. House Resolution 12EX by Representative Hughley of the 141st, Park of the 107th, Miller of the 62nd, Draper of the 90th, Cannon of the 58th, and others. A resolution proposing amendment to the Constitution of the State of Georgia so as to provide for certain minimum standards for congressional, legislative, and other statewide apportionment or district plans. House Resolution 13EX by Representative Hughley of the 141st, Park of the 107th, Miller of the 62nd, Draper of the 90th, Cannon of the 58th, and others. A resolution proposing amendment to the Constitution of the State of Georgia so as to protect racial minorities in legislative reapportionment and redistricting. House Resolution 14EX by Representative Hughley of the 141st, Park of the 107th, Miller of the 62nd, Draper of the 90th, Cannon of the 58th, and others. A resolution proposing amendment to the Constitution of the State of Georgia so as to prohibit mid-decade reapportionment or redistricting of congressional and legislative districts. Through second readers.
Reports of standing committees. Mr. Clerk will read.
Representative Laura McDonald of the 26th District, Chairman of the Committee on Intergovernmental Coordination Local, submitted the following report. Mr. Speaker, the Committee on Intergovernmental Coordination Locals had under its consideration the following bills of the House. It's instructed me to report same back to the House with the following recommendation. House Bill 1EX do pass. House Bill 2EX do pass. House Bill 3EX do pass. House Bill 4EX do pass. House Bill 5EX do pass. House Bill 6EX do pass. House Bill 7EX do pass. House Bill 8EX do pass. House Bill 9EX do pass. House Bill 10EX do pass. House Bill 11EX do pass. House Bill 12EX do pass. House Bill 13EX do pass. House Bill 14EX do pass. House Bill 15EX do pass. House Bill 16EX do pass. House Bill 17EX do pass. House Bill 18EX do pass. House Bill 19EX do pass. House Bill 20EX do pass. House Bill 21EX do pass. House Bill 22EX do pass. House Bill 23EX do pass. House Bill 24EX do pass. House Bill 25EX do pass. House Bill 26EX do pass. House Bill 27EX do pass. House Bill 28EX do pass. House Bill 29EX do pass. House Bill 30EX do pass. House Bill 31EX do pass. House Bill 32EX do pass. House Bill 33EX do pass. House Bill 34EX do pass. House Bill 35EX do pass. House Bill 36EX do pass. House Bill 37EX do pass. House Bill 38EX do pass. House Bill 39EX do pass. House Bill 40EX do pass. House Bill 41EX do pass. House Bill 42EX do pass. House Bill 43EX do pass. House Bill 44EX do pass. House Bill 45EX do pass. House Bill 46EX do pass. House Bill 47EX do pass. House Bill 48EX do pass. House Bill 49EX do pass. House Bill 50EX do pass. House Bill 51EX do pass. House Bill 52EX do pass. House Bill 53EX do pass. House Bill 54EX do pass. House Bill 55EX do pass. House Bill 56EX do pass. House Bill 57EX do pass. House Bill 58 do pass. 59EX do pass. House Bill 60EX do pass. House Bill 61EX do pass. House Bill 62EX do pass. House Bill 63EX do pass. House Bill 64EX do pass. House Bill 65EX do pass. House Bill 66EX do pass. House Bill 67EX do pass. Respectfully submitted, Representative Laura McDonald, the 26th District Chairman. That completes the reading of the reports of standing committees.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. All members come to the floor, please, and get ready. We're going to start the business of this day. A little more specifically, we do have a local calendar. And it's pretty extensive. Thanks, Mr. Chairman. You've been working hard. All bills on the local calendar this morning relate to homestead exemption and require a recorded 2/3 roll call vote for passage. All right, now we're on a third reading and passage of uncontested local bills. If there's no objection, we will vote on the local calendar as a whole with a recorded vote. There's objection. Does a gentleman move? have a technical question. We're bringing some information, so the House will stand at ease just for a moment. House will come back to order. House will come back to order. What we have on the floor is the vote on the local calendar as a whole. There is an objection on 3 bills on the local calendar that may not have had the proper timestamp. We have been assured by the chairman's team that there's a scrivener's error and by alleged counsel that there was an error and that all 3 of the bills were introduced at the proper time. So the question before this House is, we're going to vote the gentleman's motion. He's objected to voting on the local calendar as a whole. The gentleman move. He moves. He object? Yes, sir. There is objection. All those in favor of voting on the local calendar as a whole will vote yes. Those opposed to voting on the local calendar as a whole will vote no, and Mr. Clerk will unlock the machines. I'm not. I'm going through. Have all members voted? If so, Mr. Clerk will lock the machines. On the objection to the local calendar considering the local calendar as a whole, the yeas are 93, the nays are 68. We will consider, the objection is lost, we will consider the local calendar as a whole. Mr. Clerk, will you read the local calendar?
House Bill 1EX, Representative Hatchett of the 155th City of Dublin. House Bill 2EX by Representative Chokas of the 151st Sumter County. House Bill 3EX by Representative Hatchett of the 155th City of Rents. House Bill 4EX by Representative Hatchett of the 155th City of Dudley. House Bill 5EX by Representative Hatchett of the 155th City of Caldwell. House Bill 6EX by Representative Irwin of the 32nd City of Toccoa. House Bill 70EX by Representative Hatchett of the 155th Lawrence County. House Bill 8EX by Representative Cameron of the 1st Walker County. House Bill 9EX by Representative Leverett of the 123rd Madison County. House Bill 10EX by Representative Yurt of the 152nd Worth County. House Bill 11EX by Representative Townsend of the 179th Glynn County. House Bill 12EX by Representative Townsend of the 179th City of Brunswick. House Bill 13EX by Representative Campbell of the 171st Mitchell County. House Bill 14EX by Representative Chastain of the 7th Fannin County. House Bill 15EX by Representative Chastain of the 7th City of McKaysville. House Bill 16EX by Representative Chastain of the 7th City of Blue Ridge. House Bill 17EX by Representative Wade of the 9th Lumpkin County. House Bill 18EX by Representative Fleming of the 114th Morgan County. House Bill 19EX by Representative Lumsden of the 12th Floyd County. House Bill 20EX by Representative Fleming of the 114th City of Madison. House Bill 21EX by Representative Chastain of the 7th Gilmer County. House Bill 22EX by Representative Green of the 154th City of Jakin. House Bill 23EX by Representative Green in the 154th City of Arlington. House Bill 24EX by Representative Powell of the 33rd Franklin County. House Bill 25EX by Representative Irwin of the 32nd Stevens County. House Bill 26EX by Representative Williams of the 148th Ben Hill County. House Bill 27EX by Representative LaHood of the 175th Lowndes County. House Bill 25EX by Representative Williams, the 148th City of Fitzgerald. House Bill 29EX by Representative Green in the 154th Calhoun County. House Bill 30EX by Representative Green in the 154th Early County. House Bill 31EX by Representative Green in the 154th City of Damascus. House Bill 32EX by Representative Green in the 154th Baker County. House Bill 33EX by Representative Ridley, the 22nd Cherokee County. House Bill 34EX by Representative Chokas, the 151st City of Plains. House Bill 35EX by Representative Chokas, the 151st Webster County. House Bill 36EX by Representative Horner, the 3rd Catoosa County. House Bill 37EX by Representative Hitchens, 161st Effingham County. House Bill 38EX by Representative Green in the 154th City of Arlington. House Bill 39EX by Representative Horner, the 3rd City of Ringgold. House Bill 40EX by Representative Horner of the 3rd City of Fort Oglethorpe. House Bill 41EX by Representative Green in the 154th Seminole County. House Bill 42EX by Representative Green in the 154th City of Edison. House Bill 43EX by Representative Green in the 154th City of Blakely. House Bill 44EX by Representative Smith, the 138th Harris County. House Bill 45EX by Representative Gamble, the 15th City of Emerson. House Bill 46EX by Representative Gamble.
Mr. Clerk, will you suspend for a minute? Thank you, members. Proceed, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 46EX by Representative Gamble, the 15th City of Cartersville. House Bill 47EX by Representative Gamble, the 15th Bartow County. House Bill 48EX by Representative Scoggins, the 14th City of Uharli. House Bill 49EX by Representative Scoggins, the 14th City of Adairsville. House Bill 50EX by Representative Scoggins, the 14th City of White. House Bill 51EX by Representative Smith of the 138th Troup County. House Bill 52EX by Representative Williamson of the 112th City of Walnut Grove. House Bill 53EX by Representative Williamson of the 112th City of Monroe. House Bill 54EX by Representative Meeks of the 178th Bacon County. House Bill 55EX by Representative LaHood of the 175th City of Valdosta. House Bill 56EX by Representative Fleming of the 114th City of Social Circle. House Bill 57EX by Representative Meeks of the 178th Pierce County. House Bill 59EX by Representative Williamson of the 112th Walton County. House Bill 60EX by Representative Hagan of the 156th Montgomery County. House Bill 61EX by Representative Mathis of the 133rd Twiggs County. House Bill 62EX by Representative Mathis, the 133rd City of Cochran. House Bill 63EX by Representative Mathis of the 133rd Dodge County. House Bill 64EX by Representative Mathis, the 133rd Bleckley County. House Bill 65EX by Representative Wade of the 9th City of Dahlonega. House Bill 66EX by Representative Scoggins, the 14th City of Kingston. House Bill 67EX by Representative Lumsden of the 12th City of Rome. Yes, sir.
It's quite the exhaustive local calendar there, Mr. Clerk. Is there any objection to the previous question being ordered on the local calendar? Hearing none, the previous question is ordered. Is there any objection to agreeing to the report of the committee, which was favorable to the passage of the bills? Hearing none, the report of the committee is agreed to. Shall these bills now pass? All those in favor of the passage of the bills on the local calendar will vote yes. All those opposed will vote no. And Mr. Clerk will unlock the machines. Have all members voted? For what purposes Representative Hitchens rise? Start again. Your mic wasn't on.
Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Is it not true that I'm very disappointed in this vote because I represent an area of the state that's very economically positive, but we have an underclass in our county that is having very great difficulties in meeting their property taxes. I live in Effingham County. It's one of the 8 original counties in Georgia. many of the properties in our county were given through King's grants back in the 1700s. And the Salzburgers who formed our county have never sold any of that property. In recent times, our economy has quadrupled. I have the Port of Savannah in my district, Gulfstream Aerospace is in my district, and Hyundai is right across I-16, and all the people there are living in my district. Our tax assessments have gone through the roof. Mine more than doubled last year. I've got a daughter who's a retired school teacher, and she...
I know there's an inquiry in there somewhere.
Well,
Continue on.
I've done this once before, and but not on this subject. But is it not true that they're unable to pay their taxes? I've got COVID took two of my son-in-laws and one of my nephews. My daughter is without a husband. She's got 3 children. She's a retired school teacher. She doesn't make a whole lot of money, and I gave her 5 acres adjacent to my of my property. The year before last, she got her property tax bill, and it went through the roof. She got some insurance money, and she took a significant part of that and put it to building a new house on the 5 acres that I gave her. She had some other property on the other side of the county that she's trying to sell now. That and the reason I say this is her property taxes.
The gentleman will wrap up.
Was over $750,000 last year, and the 5 acres were valued at $50,000 an acre. She appealed it, had an emergency operation. Her pancreas got affected, and she died. Her mother and I were sitting there while she died. They came in and they did what they do when you watch on TV, and they hauled her, and the surgeon called me and said that she wasn't going to make it. And a half an hour later, they called and said she was revived and didn't have any damage. So she couldn't go through the assessment. I had to loan her $7,000 so she could pay her property taxes. And the people in my county are just upset. And many of the poor people, some of the African Americans who got 5 and 10 acres back after the Civil War, can't pay for theirs, then they're losing their property. So I'm very disappointed, and I ask that people reconsider this motion and reconsider their vote, because it's horrific for the average working person. Is that not true?
I'm sure a lot of that you said is true. I caught most of it, and I think the bottom line is you're a good representative and a good father, so thank you. We have a whole string of these folks. I'm going to call on a couple more, and then we're going to move on and get this day moving forward. For what purpose does the Dean of this House, Dean Green, rise?
Parliamentary inquiry, Mr. Speaker.
State your inquiry, sir.
Mr. Speaker, is it not true that Georgia voters have repeatedly shown support for property tax relief measures because they understand the burden that rising assessments can place on families? Further parliamentary inquiry.
State your further inquiry, sir.
I'm asking our fellow legislators to stand with the homeowners of Georgia, to stand with the retired school teacher living on a fixed income, to stand with the young people saving for their children's future, to stand with the veteran who returned home and built a life in our state. Stand with the families who simply want the opportunity to remain in the home they love. Is that not true, Mr. Speaker?
I'm sure the gentleman is very passionate about the people he represents and the issues he's lived with his entire life. Well, we could be here till lunch on these inquiries. For what purposes? You've had yours mashed, so I'll take one more. Representative Chokas, Chairman Chokas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
You have a parliamentary inquiry.
Parliamentary inquiry, sir.
I've been recognizing him for a parliamentary inquiry. The gentleman will recognize the member and give him respect. State your inquiry, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Isn't it true that a vote against this legislation is a vote against Georgia homeowners? And that a vote against this legislation is also a vote against seniors?
Everyone in this House has been given respect to say what they need to say during this special session. Now, you will give the members, other members, your respect when they make their statements about what their belief is and what their values are. We will expect no less and tolerate no less. Gentlemen, we'll continue.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. But isn't this also a vote against this measure is a vote against our seniors that live on fixed income and cannot afford to continue paying ever escalating property taxes? And furthermore, Mr. Speaker, isn't this also, the vote against this is against future generations, preventing our future generations from having the American dream of home ownership? Because if we pass this legislation, we will be able to eliminate their monthly escrow property tax payments and allow more young people to obtain home ownership, which is the American dream.
I'm sure the gentleman has had sufficient conversation with the people he represents, and he brings their values here and their concerns, and I know he believes in what he says.
Thank you.
All members voted. All members voted this, so clerk will lock the machines. On the passage of the local calendar, the yeas are 95, the nays are 67. These bills, having failed to receive the requisite constitutional majority, have therefore failed. What purpose does the Majority Leader F. Stration rise?
Mr. Speaker, I rise to give notice pursuant to House Rule 143, serve notice of reconsideration of the House's action on the local calendar.
The gentleman has that right, and it will be taken up on the next legislative day. We'll move on to morning orders. Yes, ma'am.
My light was pushed. I'd like to be acknowledged.
For what purposes, Representative Hughley rise?
Mr. Speaker, would you please have the clerk read the rule and explain to this body what a parliamentary inquiry is, because that's not what we heard. And there were no Democrats acknowledged, and I know there were Democrat lights on because mine was on the entire time. So if we're going to do this, we need to be fair and let members on both sides of the aisle give their speeches, but certainly this is not, we have not heard parliamentary inquiries.
I have given great leeway to all members of this House on their parliamentary inquiries during the session, and certainly have given great leeway to all members of this House during the 10 minutes they are assigned this morning for morning orders and 10 minutes in the afternoon, and they certainly have taken advantage of that on both sides of the aisle. So I feel like and know that the chair has been fair, and we will continue. We could have been here till noontime on the parliamentary inquiries, and I'm sure all members are ready to get going, and we're trying to do just that, accommodate all members. So we'll move on to morning orders. The lady's objection is noted. Representative Schofield and let's see. I'm sorry, Representative Alaye was going first. Representative Phil Alaye. Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Colleagues, good morning. Happy Saturday. First off, I want to ask a special group of community stakeholders and leaders from the Summerhill neighborhood and the surrounding stadium neighborhoods to rise and be recognized. Can we give them a warm welcome to the People's House? Thank you so much for being here. I'd also like to take some time to speak about the proposed removal of the 1996 Olympic torch from the neighborhood it has called home for nearly 30 years. This conversation is about much more than a monument. Just one day after we celebrated Juneteenth, it is worth remembering that Summerhill was Atlanta's first neighborhood established by freed slaves. It has raised some of Atlanta and Georgia's best and brightest: Evander Holyfield, Gladys Knight, Herman Russell, and former Atlanta Mayor Sam Massell. For generations, it has been a community defined by resilience, sacrifice, and pride. And in 1996, Summerhill welcomed the world to its front door. This is where Muhammad Ali lit the Olympic flame. This is where the games took place. The Olympics happened in Summerhill. But that story also came with a cost. Tens of thousands of residents across surrounding neighborhoods were displaced, businesses closed, and community institutions disappeared in preparation for the games. Yet through that hardship emerged a deep sense of pride in having hosted the world, and when the crowds left and the investment faded, the torch remained. It became a symbol of that sacrifice, resilience, and history. Its image can still be found on t-shirts, storefronts, and homes throughout Summerhill, including my own. Yet today, a small group of private interests is seeking to move that torch to Centennial Olympic Park because they believe it will receive greater visibility and investment there. Think about what that says. It says the neighborhood that hosted the world is not prominent enough, is not good enough to carry its own legacy. It says visitors are more deserving of investment than the very people who have preserved the history for 30 years. And it continues a pattern far too many black communities south of I-20 know far too well. Decisions made for communities as opposed to with them. If the torch needs restoration, let's restore it. If it needs investment, let's invest in it. But let's not create a new problem to solve an old one. Summerhill is not where the torch ended up. Summerhill is where the history actually happened. And we're tired of folks coming into our communities and erasing our history. That history deserves respect, investment, and a community voice. I invite colleagues and all Atlantans to join our wonderful stakeholders this Monday at 6 p.m. at the Olympic Torch for a community rally where we will come together and say clearly and proudly, let's keep the torch in Summerhill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield the will.
Thank you, Representative. Bringing your concerns. Representative Schofield and Representative Park Cannon and Representative Jenner, there you are, you're on deck. Ladies,
all right.
Representative Schofield.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Good morning, colleagues, honored guests. Today we rise to recognize an institution that reminds us that democracy is not self-executing. It's built, protected, and expanded by ordinary people willing to do extraordinary work. The story of Black Georgia continues to be one of resilience, perseverance, and relentlessness pursuit of political power, but not for the power's sake, but for the power of the people to secure dignity, opportunity, and justice for every family. Let me be clear, the fight for Black political power has never simply been about maps or majority. It's never been about who occupies an office or holds a gavel. For us, it's always been about whether a grandmother can afford medications, whether a child receives a quality education, whether a family can build wealth instead of merely surviving, whether every family has access to clean water, soil, and air, and whether every Georgian, regardless of their zip code or color of their skin, has an equal voice to shape decisions. Today, we rise to recognize the Urban League of Greater Atlanta, to commend it for its outstanding leadership, including President Nancy Floyd Johnson and Senior Director for Policy, Legislation, and Advocacy, Mr. John Moy, for their unwavering commitment to economic opportunity. For generations, the Urban League has stood on the forefront of empowering communities, advocating for policies to strengthen work and family, expand access to quality education and health care, and to serve the most under-resourced and vulnerable communities. At the cornerstone of their work is the State of Black Georgia Report, A Tale of Two Cities. This publication not only creates a roadmap for policymakers, but it highlights the inequities of things that have been done in government contracting, raising concerns about attacks on voter rights and representation. The Greater League of Greater Atlanta is more than an advocate. It's a trusted convener. So today, we thank Nancy and the Urban League for being a pillar of success. We honor your legacy. Thank you for moving Georgia forward. Mr. Speaker, I yield the well.
Ladies, you will. Thank you for being in the People's House today. Representative Carla Drenner is recognized for a morning order. Give the lady in the well your attention, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In June, we celebrate Pride Month. It is a time to recognize the many individuals whose leadership, courage, and service have strengthened our communities and expanded opportunities for others. One of your favorite sayings, Mr. Speaker, is that a story not often told is soon forgotten. Today, I want to tell one of those stories. I rise to recognize former State Representative Simone Bell, who joins us in the gallery today, along with her wife, Val. When Representative Bell was first elected to the Georgia House in 2009, she became the first African-American lesbian elected to any state legislature in the United States. Think about that for a moment. For many people, that was the first time they saw someone like themselves serving in elected office. For many young people, it expanded their understanding of what was possible. But leadership is about more than being first. Representative Bell's service helped demonstrate that Georgia is strongest when more voices are included in the conversation. She came to Georgia as a student at Agnes Scott College, became a community organizer, an advocate, and ultimately a legislator. She understood that leadership begins with service and that real change happens when people are willing to speak up, show up, and do the work. During her years in this chamber and her work afterward, she has continued to advocate for equality, justice, and opportunity. Her story reminds us that leadership requires courage, it requires authenticity, and sometimes it requires being willing to go first so that others can follow. Please join me in recognizing her contributions and welcoming Simone and Val to the House today. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And thank you, Simone.
Thank you, Representative. And welcome back to the People's House, Representative Bell. We're glad to have you back. Good to see you. We have Representative Adenia is going to be recognized. The gentleman needs to understand that he has a little over about 45 seconds, and we'll be able to call the clock.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I'd like to recognize a gentleman who's a giant, contributed to our community with the SEI Bigger Than Basketball Camp, who recognize and train 80 to 100 black boys every summer, and he does that every year consistently. He is Mr. Rodney Lumpkins. He's up there with his family. They're here today in the House. Thank you for your contribution. Thank you for the work that you do in our community. God bless you. Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I yield the well.
Very good. Thank you for your work. Thanks for being in the People's House. Thanks for the great influence you're having on
Come down to the
people.
anteroom. Perfect.
You come down, they'll ask you to come down to this anteroom on this side and then take some photos. Okay, we're going to recognize Chairman Blackman and a couple more folks for up to 10 minutes for a morning order. Chairman Blackman, the gentleman's recognized. Chairman Chaz Cannon, you're on deck.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today's local calendar had local acts that would have given Georgia voters in communities across this state an opportunity to choose to implement a penny of sales tax, some of which is paid by visitors, non-residents, to provide dollar-for-dollar property tax relief. Meaningful relief in dozens and dozens of counties and cities, and hundreds of millions of dollars of savings for homeowners. Relief in counties like Floyd, where property taxes have spiked some 50% in the last few years, and a penny would have provided savings of over $20 million. In counties like Forsyth County, where property taxes have spiked over 50% in recent years, and a penny would have provided savings of $60 to $70 million. And relief in counties like Gwinnett, who have seen property taxes spike in excess of 70% in recent years, and a penny would have provided savings of nearly $250 million. The kind of relief that could have helped some residents stay in the homes they own. And in counties like Bartow, Catoosa, Glen, Lawrence, Lowndes, Sumter, Tift, Worth, and many, many more could have seen the elimination of city, county property tax. Republicans have continued to offer opportunities at relief, and sadly, Democrats have now twice blocked and denied their own voters across this state a chance at meaningful tax relief. We still have a chance to get this right. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield the well.
Representative Chaz Cannon is recognized. From gentleman will suspend for Representative Whip Park.
Inquiry.
State your inquiry, sir.
Mr. Speaker, my understanding is that we are currently doing morning orders, in which typically morning orders are only permitted when there are guests in the gallery, as opposed to debating legislation, which if members want to speak on those matters, I believe that it would be appropriate to do them during afternoon orders. Would you be able to clarify the calendar of events in which we voted on today, and to ensure that we are abiding by the rules of the House established by your office?
Well, I'll assure you I'll go back and check the tapes of our previous legislative days, but I think both teams have spoken about whatever they wanted to speak to, and we've given priority to recognize folks in the gallery, and then the conversations proceeded from there. So there have been lots of things spoken of. I don't think that there's any change in what we're doing today and what we've been doing, so gentleman's inquiry is recognized.
Thank you.
Representative Cannon is recognized for a morning order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, here we are Saturday morning talking about the issue of property tax. I know it's fun. I know y'all are enjoying this, but it's like deja vu all over again, Mr. Speaker. And I know we've been at this for quite some time. This is not anything new, but it seems like we go back and forth at each other on this for no reason. We'll put forward a proposal. It becomes an argument. We can't get votes for a constitutional amendment. We'll try a different proposal. We'll get the votes, but it still becomes this back and forth argument between both sides. And it's come to the point, at least for me, that the overall topic has just simply become very frustrating to discuss. And I can't see why this has become such a partisan issue. This is not a partisan issue. If anything, this is thank you, Mr. Speaker. If anything, this is a great opportunity for us as a body to have a major bipartisan agreement. And I think it'd be great for all of us to take credit for solving an issue that impacts so many Georgians in this state. We've heard from all people all over the state telling us in one form or another that property tax is one of their very top concerns, if not their very number one concern. We've heard from people who have paid taxes for years and years on their homes, and now they're in fear of losing them. Why? Because they can't afford another year of property tax to pay on the house they've lived in for decades that's generating absolutely zero revenue. So during floor debate last session, the minority leader called the issue of property tax a very serious matter. The minority whip said it was a critically important issue. 100%. Absolutely, we agree on that. I think we all agree on that. I think this body rightfully recognizes that property tax is an issue that must be addressed. And so my question is, why is it such an argument? Why wouldn't every member of this chamber vote to move forward a practical solution to this problem? I mean, it really shouldn't be that difficult to get 120 votes on this topic. Let's look at the impact of these bills, Mr. Speaker. As the chairman of Ways and Means just said, the numbers for the LHO show they can offset county and city homestead property tax by 50% or more in 156 of 159 counties. So 98% of Georgia counties get at least a 50% reduction on property tax, with many of them seeing a complete elimination. 98%. 98%, is that not a bipartisan figure of 98%? So why can't we as a group support 98% of Georgia counties? That seems very reasonable. Something else the minority party said last session was this issue of property tax reduction can be done in a responsible way by us working hand in hand with our local governments. Now, I've got to say, it doesn't get much more local than what's in these bills. I mean, there's so much local control in these bills, it even makes me nervous. This is a level of local control involved in this process. For an LHOS to move forward, it requires local legislation. And when you have local legislation, you have to back that up with a local resolution from the local government it impacts. And since LHOS impacts both city and county, you must have local legislation for both the city and the county. And therefore, you also need local resolution for both the city and the county. And once you have all that done, you must have a local referendum again for both city and county to actually vote on the LHOS. If it fails, it fails. So you have to have a local legislation vote by the General Assembly, a local resolution vote by the local government, and then you have to have a local referendum by the citizens. And this process has to be followed by both the county and any city seeking this LHOS. How much more working hand in hand with the locals can we? This is like the Mount Everest of local control. So, Mr. Speaker, we've got a long list of local governments who are asking to move forward with property tax relief. They want their citizens and their citizens only to have a vote. Y'all seen the list. Well, I think I heard the city of Butler this morning. The city of Plains, Georgia, Sumter County, population less than 600 people. They want to say and how they pay their taxes, but they don't get the chance unless we get 120 votes on this issue. Or for that matter, any other city on that list we saw this morning. The locals are asking for the LHOS option, and they're going through a whole slew of bureaucratic red tape to try and get there. Why wouldn't we be okay with that? This sounds like practical bipartisan policy. I think we can all recognize that it is. So, Mr. Speaker, once again, I want to thank you for your efforts on this. Thank you for the consistent application of pressure on moving this issue forward and for challenging us to come up with practical solutions to this problem. And I want to thank at least 120 of us for moving these bills forward so that 98% of our counties and cities can give their citizens some well-deserved property tax relief. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield the well.
The gentleman has yielded the well. We have one last speaker. You have up to 1 minute and 30 seconds to conclude remarks. I know you can do it. The gentleman is recognized. Representative Scott Hilton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to recognize the hardworking homeowners in the gallery here and those that are watching at home right now. Guys, I'm going to keep it short. We're meeting here on a Saturday. People are out campaigning, knocking on doors right now, saying they're going to solve the affordability crisis. Well, guess what? Here we are in these hallowed chambers right now with a chance to do that. And almost half of this body voted no. We want to keep property taxes expensive and keep people out of their homes. Every 2 years I have the opportunity to knock on doors across my community. I hear from hundreds of constituents that tell me, Scott, I simply cannot afford to stay in my home anymore. To my friends on the left, please don't let politics get in the way of helping real people. For a party that preaches democracy, let's give democracy a chance. Let's give Georgians the opportunity to vote. If your arguments are persuasive, this vote will pass. During session and now this week, I have heard a myriad of excuses why my colleagues can't support property tax relief. Let me give you some free advice. Voters are tired of slogans and empty promises. They want results. So please join me in voting for working families, senior citizens, first-time homebuyers, and future Georgians who are fleeing high-tax states with Georgia on their mind. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
That's pretty good. You finished before your time ran out. I was looking forward to cutting you off, but didn't work out that way. That concludes our morning orders. We'll move on to the rules calendar. Mr. Clerk, will you read the caption to House Resolution 3EX?
House Resolution 3EX by Representative Gamble of the 15th and others, a resolution ratifying Governor Brian P. Kemp's Executive Order number 05-15-2602, suspending the collection of motor fuel and diesel fuel taxes. This resolution has been assigned to the Committee on Ways and Means. That committee recommends that this resolution be adopted.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. I recognize one of the governor's floor leaders, Representative Matthew Gamble, to present the bill.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Colleagues, it's good to be with you this morning. I bring before you House Resolution 3EX to ratify the governor's temporary suspension of the collection of motor fuel and diesel fuel taxes in response to his executive order on May 15, 2026, declaring a state of emergency due to acute consumer price shock. Because the suspension occurred when the General Assembly was not in session, we need to pass this resolution to ratify his executive orders to suspend the collection of the tax. It has saved Georgians almost $100 million. This is in addition to the almost $390 million in savings brought by the 60-day suspension under House Bill 1199. Just like previous resolutions, this one simply ratifies the governor's suspension of the diesel and motor fuel tax. This is a necessary procedure that we need to act on. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I'm happy to answer any questions related to the legislation.
The gentleman has a couple of questions. Representative Park Cannon to your left, recognized for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Do you yield?
I yield.
And so we understand that this is ratifying what already happened. What opportunities do we have going forward for Georgians related to the suspension of the gas tax?
Well, this is now the 6th or possibly 7th time that we have ratified the gas tax suspension during the past 8 years. And the governor, along with consultation with the Speaker and the Lieutenant Governor and the leadership of both chambers, has during that time consulted on each one of those suspensions. I'm assuming that the governor would still be in that posture to do that if he chose to do that. But at this time, the only thing that we're voting on today is in relation to the piece of legislation that we have before us. Mr. Speaker, I'll take one more question and then
I'll have to ask you since you have no questions, but
okay.
Gentleman has no further questions.
I ask for this body's favorable consideration. I yield the will.
Thank you for presenting the issue. Is there any objection to the previous question being ordered? Hearing none, the previous question is ordered. Is there any objection to agreeing to the report of the committee, which was favorable to the adoption of the resolution? Hearing none, the report of the committee is agreed to. Shall this resolution now be adopted? All in favor of the adoption of the resolution will vote yes. All those opposed will vote no. And Mr. Clerk will unlock the machine. Have all members voted? All members voted? If so, have all members voted? If so, Mr. Clerk will lock the machine. On the adoption of the resolution, the yeas are 161, the nays are 0. The resolution having received the requisite constitutional majority is therefore adopted. For what purposes Representative Gamble rise?
To make a motion.
State your motion.
I move that we immediately transmit House Resolution 3EX to the Senate.
Representative Gamble moves that we immediately transmit House Resolution 3X, be immediately transmitted to the Senate. Is there objection? Hearing none, is so ordered. Whip Park, you ready? That concludes our rules calendar. We'll move on to afternoon orders. Whip Sam Park is recognized for an afternoon order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Whip, I'm going to allow you and to give you discretion to maintain the time frame on that, if you will, with the members. Thank you, Whip Park.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Good morning, colleagues. Happy Saturday. To the members of the public, to colleagues on both sides, it is quite simple. Democrats believe in no new taxes. No new taxes. My Republican colleagues continue to assert that they're trying to provide hundreds of millions of dollars of relief or property tax relief by increasing sales taxes. Democrats believe that to address the affordability crisis, you do not do that by increasing taxes, which is why we are voting no, and which is why I am debating legislation for an afternoon order. So for the members of the media who may be watching, for the members of the public, please make it clear to the public that Democrats believe in no new taxes during this affordability crisis. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield the well.
The gentleman has yielded the well. Representative Tanya Miller, there she is. Ladies recognized. Good to see you.
Good to see you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Echoing my colleague Sam Park's sentiments, the no vote today is a vote for no new taxes. No taxes on diapers, no taxes on baby formula, no taxes on household goods, no taxes on the things that working families rely on and need to survive in their daily lives, no taxes on school supplies, no taxes on school clothes. We are down here fighting for the affordability of life for the people in Georgia, and we will not, under the pressure of this special session, allow Republicans to come down here with a bait and switch, with a new sales tax for you. Understand this. There is this thing we call the Constitution, and in this Constitution in Georgia, all revenue bills must start in the House. SB 33, which is the bill that got us here, the enabling legislation for this new sales tax that the Republicans want to put on you, started in the Senate. It is unconstitutional. The Republicans are building a house of cards because they are desperate to have a message point in November for you. We will not sacrifice your well-being. We will not sacrifice the cost to live for you for the purpose of playing politics. We are asking that you comply with the law and that you put working people first. Thank you. Mr. Speaker, we yield.
Ladies yielded well, representing Floyd Griffin. And Representative Parrish, you're on deck. Representative Griffin, give the gentleman your attention, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I have a different morning or afternoon order, but before I get there, I totally agree with my colleagues that spoke. Now look, I'm not afraid of my opponent in November, okay? And I don't need this bill to think that Floyd Griffin is going to get weak in the knees. I just want them to come after me. Good morning. As we prepare to celebrate Father's Day tomorrow, I would like to take a few moments to honor a man who had a profound impact on my life, my father, Floyd L. Griffin Sr. My father was born in Wilkerson County, Georgia, and raised in Millersville. He was a veteran of World War II, a businessman, a funeral home owner, a devoted deacon in his church, and a man deeply committed to his community. He was also a leader during the civil rights movement when many people were afraid to speak out. My father stood up for justice and equality. He often participated in and supported civil rights demonstrations, believing that every person deserved dignity, respect, and equal opportunity. He understood that real leadership means standing for what is right, even when it's not easy. My father was dedicated to his faith, his family, his community. He raised 2 sons and a daughter, and he took great pride in his grandchildren and extended family. He believed that our greatest responsibility was to leave the world better than we found it. The lesson he taught me that has stayed with me throughout my life: always do the best you can with everything you want to do. Those words became a guiding principle for me as a soldier, businessman, husband, father, and public servant. When I think about my father, I do not think about what he owned or what he held. I think about his character. I think about his faith. I think about his courage, and I think about his willingness to serve others. As I stand before you today, I cannot help but wish that my father was here with us. I would love for him to see his children, grandchildren, great-grandchildren, and the many lives he helped shape through his example. But as a man of faith, I believe that he is in heaven, looking down on us today. I believe he is smiling as he sees the values he taught us: faith, seeking love. Tomorrow, as we celebrate Father's Day, let us honor the fathers, grandfathers, and faith figures who helped to shape our lives. Their example continued to guide us, inspire us, and strengthen us. My father's life reminded me that a father's greatest legacy is not what he leaves behind for children, but what he leaves within them. May God bless all fathers and families, and may you have a blessed Father's Day. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Griffin. Representative Parrish. There's about 3 minutes left for several speakers. Ladies recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Colleagues, I rise today to give you just a little bit of insight on Juneteenth. 250 years ago, this nation declared a bold and enduring truth that all people are created equal and entitled to the blessings of liberty. That declaration set course for America, but it did not complete the journey. The responsibility to carry it forward has always fallen to those entrusted with leadership. Today, as legislators of the state of Georgia, you stand in that long line of responsibility. Juneteenth is not just a distant, abstract moment in history. It is a defining chapter in the American story. As we approach the 250th anniversary, Juneteenth calls us to reflect not only on how far we have come, but on what is still required of us. It affirms the strength of a state that lies in how broadly it extends opportunity. It reminds us that the gap between the law and reality must be closed with intention. And thirdly, it teaches that remembrance is a form of leadership. As a nation, as we approach the 250 years, the question is not whether we will remember our founding ideals, but whether we will fully realize them. The work continues here. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The ladies yielded the well. Representative Neal, you're ready. Ladies recognized. Are you by yourself?
I am.
Well, I know you can handle it. Ladies recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I originally had like a really nice Juneteenth, heartfelt remarks for you all, but I've just been concerned at the conversation I'm hearing about the property taxes. Invite us into the room. You can't slice and dice something or someone into pieces and call it surgery. There's a way to do things in decency and in order together. There are brilliant minds on the Democratic side, and you have some on the Republican side too that have submitted solutions. I myself, I submitted a full property tax bill. We have the solutions. We have the answers and have provided them. And if you want to be in a situation where we can do this together, we don't have to fight, we don't have to have all these unnecessary back and forths because we have the answers. Come and ask us for a bill number. We do this year after year and we don't have to. We have the answers. We can work together on this while we keep trying to ram things through. I don't understand, but like I said when I opened up, you cannot chop up someone or something and call it surgery. This is not the answer. This is not the way. I really wish this body would do better because the people need us to do better. And with that, Mr. Speaker, that's all I got.
Ladies yielded the well. Thank you for your comments. That's 10 minutes. We have 10 more before we can move on and get out of here pretty quickly, I think. Chairman Green is recognized to speak during afternoon orders. Chairman Green.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, I represent rural Georgia here in this House. And I've done this for a long time. And I don't think I've ever experienced such excitement and such disappointment on an issue. We missed an opportunity to help our neighbors today, and it wasn't for the lack of incredible effort from the majority party of this House. You know, Mr. Speaker, in our communities like mine and yours, people don't ask the government for much. They just want the opportunity to live the American dream. They want to work hard, own a home, raise a family, and keep more of what they earn. But that dream is becoming out of reach for too many people. Property taxes have increased astronomically, but many of my constituents aren't living in bigger homes. They're just paying more because the value of the home they've lived in for decades has gone up. For a retired couple on a fixed income, that may mean having to make the difficult choice to leave their home. And for a young family just starting out, it may mean wondering if they'll ever be able to own a home. Loss was a common sense solution, and it gave the people the choice to decide. It didn't force a single county or city to do anything. It simply gave locals another option to provide property tax relief and let the people make the final decision at the ballot box. What could be more democratic? In rural Georgia, every dollar matters. When families save money on their property taxes, they spend it at the local hardware store, the family-owned restaurant, the feed and seed of the grocery store down the road. And that money stays in our community and helps our local economies in ways that really matter. I believe we should be giving rural Georgia more tools to keep taxes low, support homeowners, and remain a place where young families want to build a life and older generations can afford to stay. The people I represent aren't asking for anything more than a chance to decide, and they're asking for a fair chance to keep their homes, keep more of their paychecks, and make this decision for themselves. That's exactly what this legislation would have done. Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members of the House.
Gentleman's yielded the well. Chair Lady Hagan, recognized for an afternoon order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Colleagues, I am so very disappointed because of today's debate and that it revealed a truth, and that is that some members of this body simply do not understand how much of Georgia lives. Throughout this discussion, we've heard various arguments, one of which is that sales tax burdens lower income Georgians, while property tax relief will benefit the wealthy. In fact, one member stated publicly that they could not support it because it would give relief to those who are fortunate enough to own property. I respectfully disagree and believe that is a completely tone-deaf statement to make. I represent rural Georgia, where most people that own a home live in poverty and struggle every day to keep that home. So if you're worried that you might help a wealthy person, let me assure you that in my district, you probably aren't. What I have not heard much of was an understanding of the people that are actually paying bills. I represent these rural communities, and those communities, which is a word we've been hearing a lot this week, are home to some of the hardest working, most productive people in this state. They're farmers, they are manufacturers, they are small business owners, they are healthcare professionals, educators, and skilled tradesmen. They build things for this state. They grow things, they create jobs, they raise families, and they contribute enormously to Georgia's success. And they are very tired of every conversation about any type of tax relief, beginning with an explanation of why government needs more of their money and they need to just simply adjust to less. Property taxes affect homeowners directly, but they also affect renters, businesses, employers, and affect housing costs through every community. Those costs do not simply disappear, they're passed on every single day, and you know it. These arguments also assume that all homeowners are wealthy, as I just said. Simply not true. What disappoints me most is that some of the members who speak most passionately about affordability and about everyone having a voice and about every community being heard suddenly become much more cautious when presented with an opportunity to provide a meaningful result. The people I represent understand responsibility. They balance budgets every day. They make difficult decisions every day, and they expect their government to do the same thing. That expectation is not unreasonable. And in fact, I would argue it is one of the most reasonable things that they ask us to do. And by the way, since it was brought up by an earlier speaker, I would like to make sure the media understands that the only candidate for governor in this state is one who has actually raised taxes on Georgians, and that is the Democrat candidate for governor. It is funny. At the end of the day, I would like for this debate to not be about government. I'd like for it to be about people. I'd like for it to be about respecting the hard work of Georgians and trusting them to keep more of what they earn. That is exactly what we ought to be fighting for, and I think we might need to remember that. And to address something that another of my esteemed colleagues mentioned, I'm not afraid of my opponent in November either. I don't have an opponent in November. I brought local legislation because my local community asked me to, and I listened to my community, and I would appreciate if you would respect that as well. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Ladies, yield to the well. I'll remind members to respect their colleagues in the well. Chairman McDonald is recognized for about 2 minutes and 20 seconds left on the clock for these afternoon orders. The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Fellow colleagues, I'm disappointed today. I really am disappointed. I'm disappointed. Before I tell you how disappointed I am, I want to thank some people. I want to thank the clerk's office. I want to thank the staff of Intergovernmental Coordination for taking the time to get this done for hardworking Georgians. And as I look at it and what I've heard, this isn't a new tax on Georgians. This is a benefit for communities. For communities, it's a one-for-one. It's for people that are coming through your community. That those are the ones we tax. They're going to be help paying for your property tax and helping reduce it. This is no new tax on Georgians. Because now, for the second time this year, our colleagues across the aisles put their own political ambitions above providing meaningful property tax relief for hardworking Georgians. I want to ask, I've heard that we're taking food from the children for feeding our young kids at school. I commit my salary. I want to see if everybody else would commit their salary from being down here these days to give to these kids. Because I don't feel like I'm wasting my time. I'm trying to help these hardworking Georgians that need property relief, that need help in it every day so that they can feed their families, so they can get their kids to school. I'm so disappointed today. And now that the dream is becoming harder, it is not impossible to hold on to because property tax bills continue to climb every year, and not just little, they're skyrocketing. This legislation just is plain common sense, and passing these measures today is the final step. Voters, the people we serve, would still have the opportunity to make this choice for themselves at the ballot box this November, and that choice was taken away today. We have an opportunity to go home this weekend, think about this tomorrow, and reconsider this vote on Monday. I hope the people of Georgia reach out to all of us and tell them how they're struggling at home, that they need property relief now, and we can fix this Monday. Mr. Speaker, I yield the well.
You took the words right out of my mouth. It was time for the gentleman to wrap up, and you did it. Thank you. That completes our afternoon orders. Mr. Clerk, will you read the caption to a group of privileged resolutions?
Honoring the life and memory of Maureen Watts Thomas. Honoring the life and memory of Suna Muhammad Pasha. Honoring the life and memory of Isaac Farrell, Jr. Commending Police Chief Raymond Shores upon his retirement, recognizing commending medical marijuana therapeutics, recognizing commending World Financial Group, recognizing commending Anna Nally, recognizing commending Deborah Georges, and for other purposes. That completes the reading of the privileged resolutions.
Is there any objection to adopting the privileged resolutions? Hearing none, the resolutions are adopted. We do have some announcements, and then we can get to what our posture is for the remainder of the day. And I think you'll be fine with our posture. So we're going to recognize for an announcement Representative Park Cannon, Representative Carter, and Representative Bernal. Ladies are recognized. Here we come. I think the rest of the team's on the way, so if the lady will suspend just for a moment.
Okay. Thank you. Will you hold it? Thank you. There she is.
That one coming down the middle, hold steady.
All right. Good stuff.
Recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today we rise with a flag and a doll. Since 2000, the flag representing the Juneteenth celebration, it has red, white, and blue and a bursting star for new beginnings for African Americans. The doll representing Miss Opal Lee, who walked from Texas to DC, 2.5 miles daily, representing the 2.5 years it took for Texans to learn of the Emancipation Proclamation. This is for the Juneteenth holiday. Thank you for bringing us together. All members are invited and encouraged to take a photo with these historical markers and to join us in Club 602, the office of the Georgia Legislative Black Caucus. If you've never visited, today is a great day. We have a Juneteenth celebration, and we have special guests here with us today, Jack Frost and the Heroes. Happy Juneteenth, and see you in 602. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. I've been concerned about Jack Frost and them up there because they've had those. I know y'all are warm, so thanks for staying with us. We appreciate it. Thank y'all. Leader F-Stration, recognized for an announcement.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There will be a committee chairman's lunch upon recess in 403 of the Capitol.
Thank you, sir. Representative Ali. There he is. Good morning, sir. Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today, I rise to recognize June 20th, 2026 as International Refugee Day. Refugee Day was designated by the United Nations to recognize refugees around the globe and celebrate the strength and courage of people who have been forced to flee their home, to escape conflict or persecution due to their race, religion, nationality, political opinion, or identity. And with many of our cities and counties welcoming the world for a sporting event, I think it's also important that we remember to welcome the world when it comes to our fellow man in need. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield the well.
Thank you, Representative. That concludes our announcements. We have a birthday tomorrow. Where is she? Representative Dr. Al, are you on the floor? I don't see her, but she has a birthday tomorrow on Sunday, so happy birthday to a great member of this House and a great physician. So we wish her all the best. We're not going to recognize Majority Leader for a motion, so let me tell you exactly what the status of this House is as we get ready to recess. This House will stand in recess while we wait to receive SB 3EX from the Senate. Now, we have an agreement with the Minority Leader and Whip Park that when we receive SB 3X, that we will suspend the rules so that bill can be first read and assigned to governmental affairs. The rules, again, will be suspended, so we will be able to stay on the schedule that we set that would allow us to do that. And so we have an agreement with the leader that we can do that. If there's any questions, I'll try to answer those. If not, this House will be in recess. Whip Park's going to be here. Majority Leader's going to be here. I'm going to be here. That is simply all of the business this House will take up is receive this bill so we can stay on time and you can get your lives back to normal. There she is, I was looking for. I I was looking for the minority leader and I didn't see her. Here she is. So a little further information. We're just confirming that everyone, if I have the members' attention, please. The only business we will take up later today when the Senate finishes their work on Senate Bill 3EX is that we will suspend the rules so that bill can be assigned to be first read and assigned to committee so we can stay on schedule. There will be no other businesses that this House will stay up. Again, the minority whip, the minority leader, and if any of you want to stay all afternoon, that's fine. We'd be glad to have the company, but that's the only business this House will take up to keep us on schedule. Now, let you know this too. We will announce our time to begin the session after we adjourn today. We will be in on Monday at 2 p.m. Come in Monday at 2 p.m. for the next legislative day when we are able to adjourn today. Question? Clear as mud, right? Okay. So we'll be here and we will receive the bill. It will be assigned, and that is all that we will do this afternoon, the only action that will be taken. And then we will be back here at 2 p.m. on Monday for the next legislative day. This House will stand in recess until we are able to complete the work of this day. Thank you for being here today and hope you have an enjoyable, safe weekend. Well, good afternoon. House will come back to order. We took care of some business before we left for our relatively brief recess, so I'm going to recognize Mr. Clerk for first reading the bills of a bill. Mr. Clerk.
Senate Bill 3EX by Senator Burns of the 23rd, Walker the 20th, and others, being titled an act to amend Chapter 2, Title 21 of the official code of Georgia, annotated relating elections and primaries generally.
We'll assign that bill to governmental affairs. Is any other business come before the House? If not, I recognize the majority leader for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that this House stand adjourned until Monday, June 22nd, 2026 at 2:00 p.m. So
y'all will be the first to see I'm officially coming to the, what century is this? Yeah. On the motion of the majority leader that this House stand adjourned until 2 p.m. Monday, June 22nd, 2026. All those in favor will say aye. I love it. Thank y'all very much. All those opposed, no. Somebody voted twice, I think. The ayes clearly have it. Thank y'all for y'all's patience and attention today and working on the business of the people of Georgia. Thank you very much. This House will stand adjourned until Monday, June 22 at 2 p.m. Thank you.